¡Oh, Calipe! ¿Qué pasó?
Hey, okay, have you checked out anything with Star Citizen with this latest update? Oh, and
Happy Halloween! Eve, I guess?
it's all Halloween is All Hallows Eve, and so what would today be? Halloween Eve? All Hallows Eve? Eve? You haven't? I thought about jumping in last night for a little bit, and then I just got distracted with other things. The hard part is like, man, if you're gonna sit down to play Star Citizen, you need like a solid 4-hour time chunk, right? Uninterrupted. MGB! Of course, dude. You need a paycheck, right? All right, welcome back, everybody, for episode 2 of our new modded career start, doing a stock scale. Even though I was really thinking hard this morning about moving it to 1/4 real scale before we go orbital. But no, because it eliminates being able to do space planes. All right, so without further ado, happy Halloween, everybody. Well, I guess tomorrow's Halloween, but we're, why not? Let's get started today, shall we? I forgot to change the name from default to something else. All right, so we are still after the early game science. We've been to space. We have not yet been to orbit. We need a lot more science as we're running. We have the science turned down to 20%, so we really got to go get it. All right, to that end, we have a science vehicle. We're using a mod called Grounded, which allows us to build early game vehicles. All right, so we have our little science truck here. And we are going to throw our scientist in here so he can actually reload. Oh, and he is not available. All right. He's took the day off, so we're going to have to forward a day. Am I going to make a pumpkin? I am a pumpkin. No, I have no Halloween plans. I didn't even think about it. The street we live on is too busy, so there's kids don't come here. NGB, yeah, I'm using crew R&R. Right, it forces time off for Kerbals based on how long they, how many missions or how long the mission they were just on was. Right. So, like shorter missions, it's like they get a 24-hour pass. Right, and I have it set to the longest pass they can get is 14 days, but you can have your own, you can set your own parameters to it. I like it because it means you can't use the same Kerbals for every mission. Yeah, it encourages you to get more Kerbals. It's from Mr. Linux Guru Gamer. It's one of his original mods, I believe, and it's just called Crew R&R. All right, let's throw Bob in there. And let's go get some science. I do believe we have a contract to also get some science for some areas, but we're going to end up hitting them anyway. Yeah, and Crew R&R seems to go very nicely with like a Final Frontier. Do you know what Final Frontier is there, MGB? All right, let's pause that. Oh, I need to add more fuel tanks to this. I forgot about that. Alright, we're only going to get a little bit of science here because I need to add a little bit. I want to add more fuel tanks to this thing. So go ahead and recover this. Yeah, it works in space. I haven't used it in a while. Well, I haven't used anything in a while. So I'm not sure what all you can and can't do with crew light. But I know it works in space. And I believe it's like if a module doesn't have any crew on board, like even if you have a space station, right? You have crew on a space station, but they're in module X. Module Y, the lights won't turn on. I don't, as far as, I've only ever used it in its default mode. I don't know if there's other variables that you can do with it. Right? And if there's nobody on the space station, the lights don't turn on at all. And everything just went blank on Twitch. There we go. That's weird. So Twitch is twitching again today. I don't know if you can set up for specific lights or not. That's another LGG question for that one. Knowing LGG, I would have to assume so. All right, what's our part count? 27. We need to add 2 more fuel tanks. No, or 3. right, we didn't want easy access to them. All right, that'll put us up at 30 parts. But now we'll actually have some fuel. And those are the only actual fuel tanks I have. But now we need to go warp another day because we're going to need Bill back. Oh, we got thunder going. There's a storm brewing over there. Of course they will. What does that matter? They're Kerbals. I mean, Bob's the scientist. Bill's the engineer. Bob. You know what would be a very disturbing mod? Is if you somebody added some textures for parallax, where it's like seaweed growing in the ocean, but you know, like for example, like in Subnautica they have the kelp, and they have those bulbs that grow on the kelp, right? That light up. If you're to do that, but make them Kerbals instead, so Kerbals grow on a vine in the ocean. So if you did, you know, a dive into the ocean, you'd see, you know, baby Kerbals growing on vines. That is so messed up. Oh, that would be so disturbing. All right, so we need to go. That's a bad storm brewing over there. All right, let's get our material-based science. And this is all about the mystery goo, too. Be cool if that storm was over here, right? Recharging our batteries here. Forgot we actually have extra batteries, but I didn't put any on because we're at part count limit. What biome is this? ASC. All right. That's what I was looking for earlier. We have all that. Recharging the batteries again. Indicator lights. Oh, that's what I was afraid of, damn it. Alright. Yep, don't touch the wheels. Right. So we need to go to... Oh, we didn't move very far, did we? We went the wrong way. R&D's over here. I thought I was at R&D. Alright, Bob can't drive. Just so you're aware, Bob does not have a driver's license. Jeez, Bob, you keep killing the batteries, bro. Yep, I did pop both of those. Get away from the wheels. Alright, collect that data, restore. Collect that data, restore. Close the trunk. Alright, let's drive over to the tracking station. And collect everything again. Alright, none to be had from any of that. Right, EVA him, collect the data, restore. Alright, back on board. Alright, off to the crawler way. I turn the fuel cell back on. All right. All right, collect, restore. Take data. Take data. Take data. Alright, so I think we got all of that, right? Yeah, we just need to recover. And we'll also complete this contract. Alright, let's do it. Let's go get... Let's go to the landing pad and get the Science Junior data. Since we're here. Alright, recover vessel. Let's see how much science we got. It'd been really cool if that storm had been over while we had to drive around. Next time there's a storm here, we have to drive around. Alright, we brought back 14.8 science. Alright, and Bob got a curb and surface EVA ribbon. Alright, so what does that get of us? We're gonna unlock stability, or are we gonna unlock general oh no, we can't unlock general rocketry yet. Don't necessarily need these parts just yet. Right? Trying to get to aviation. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get 45 science though, man. It's gonna be a hard stretch. Alright, let's unlock. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. And we'll buy these parts. Man, what is up with Twitch, dude? Twitch keeps blanking out on me. Alright, the goal is aviation. Because aviation is going to allow us to be able to go other areas and get more science. Wait, what'd I miss? I didn't bring a temperature scan from the crawlerway. Really? Could have swore I did that. No, that's from the tracking station. I didn't do it from the tracking station. I need temperature scan from the tracking station. Alright. We can send any Kerbal out to do that. Because we don't have to reset the experiments. Still make yourself useful. So we gotta drive Bill over to the tracking station. Then it'll finish off that contract. Dude, playing this way makes me really want VR like this, right? How awesome would that be? You know, I can keep forgetting. Speaking of KSA, or I was thinking about it. Not speaking of, but I was thinking about it. Kitten Space Agency. I wonder how they're going to do their aero modeling. I hope it's something better than what Kerbal has. I mean, Kerbal's isn't bad. It gets a much worse rap than is deserved. I keep forgetting to ask what kind of aero model they're going to be looking at. Oh, and did you know, see the announcement? It may be going open to the public very, very, very soon. Hildebrandt, what's up, buddy? We forgot to get some data from the tracking station and keep it for a contract. Hey, 0.3 science is a lot for us right now. We need every bit of science we can get. Alright, let's recover that. Need for Speed Science Edition? Sure. Our wheelbase is a little short though, so this thing is a little unstable. Alright, so that completes that contract. Alright, and it gives us a little bit of money. Alright, so now we need atmospheric science junior data. Oh, we don't have a fairing yet, do we? Not exactly. Actually, give me back that heat shield. Don't need it for what we're about to do, but it gives this thing something to land on. This doesn't have very high impact tolerance. Never mind, it won't fit. You're forgetting how big that Science Junior actually is. Alright, we're gonna make this Rocket 3.1. Right, as we're gonna launch to get science data. I really need all this. High altitude maybe, but in the low altitude I don't. I need to make sure we get we have enough to be able to get out over the water. Good enough. All right, Val, give us some science. All right, so we're gonna get our low altitude science. Actually, I should put 2 Science Juniors on this. We can double up. Let's revert back to bring it back in. We're gonna get 2 in one shot. Let's hope they survive the impact. Because I'm not adding additional parachutes. Boy, 20% science is really low. Launching for science in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it, Val. Probably didn't need to use the hammer, but we did. Tactical Pete, what's up, buddy? Yeah, my desk isn't configured very well. The cables aren't configured very well in this situation for moving it up and down all the time. I'm gonna launch it with monoprop. We don't actually need any of that. I gotta create some drag. There we go. The Science Juniors are huge, but they have very little mass. Same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to get some flippin' science. Uh-oh. I think the impact tolerance of these is 6 meters a second. Heat shield saves the day. Alright, recover vessel. Ooh, Slider, what's up, buddy? Alright, that netted us 4.3 science. We need 45. Yay! It was. But Pinky and the Brain, they just Hey, Dyslexic, what's up, buddy? Right, just, you know, Pinky and the Brain was just awesome. I really liked Pinky and the Brain. Wait, let's undo that. Let's do that again, but land in the water. And then take the science from the water. I just like the lesson of, you know, Pinky and the Brain, right? If something doesn't work, try to do it again, but don't do the exact same thing. Try something different. All right, Jeb. Send it, buddy. What's up, Dyslexic? How you doing today? Alright, so everybody just joining us. Our science is set at 20%, so science is hard to come by in the early game. Right, so we're doing everything we can to collect it. We're gonna send Jeb here to go land in the water and get the Science Junior data from the water. All right, so here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get that science, Jeb. But I still can't get over how good this looks, man. It's crazy that this is Kerbal 1. Tactical? Yeah, that's another truce. Yes. All right, I'm gonna release one drogue chute just to keep our speed down. Mock it. Yep, that's why there's a heat shield on the bottom to absorb that initial impact. Two slider? No. Tactical, we've gotten what we can from around the KSC for the most part. Yeah, the issue is that at 20% science, there's not a whole lot of science to get. So we're trying to get to unlock airplanes so we can fly around it and land in different biomes to be able to get more science. But we need science in order to be able to get the that unlocked. Too slow? No worries, man. Because if you don't ask it, somebody else, you know, is, or maybe somebody's too afraid to ask. So, ask away. All right, let's get the science. Gonna give us like 3, maybe. Not even 3. Gonna be like the full science on this is probably 2.3, maybe. So it's, the one gives us 2, and the other one gives us like 0.3. Tactical, I just haven't played it in a while. I moved my setup around, a whole PC studio setup around, and I just never pulled the HOTAS and everything back out. Plus, I need new rudder pedals. Right, but I need other things that are. I have other things that are more important than new rudder pedals. The ones I have kind of work, but they're getting old, and they're not sensitive enough to fly helicopters at all. And it's even getting harder to be able to even fly like World War II warbirds, like the P-51, is because they're just getting old, they're worn out, and they're cheap to begin with, right? They're the T-Flight rudder pedals. It happens too, Slider, and everybody gets rusty. You miss things, you know, whatnot. But yeah, ask away, man. Feel free to ask away. I probably actually do need to make some NVIDIA's setting changes, though. All right, we're up to 8.2 science. We need 45. All right, let's warp a day to get our Kerbals back. Let's hope we don't go broke in the process of getting there. Societies, what's up, buddy? Oh, tactical from that perspective. The hard part with like doing like DCS is if you really want to do streaming, there's just not enough viewers to support it is the issue. Right? I mean, that's one of the problems. Did not mean to pin that. Too slight. Well, that's part of it. The thing is, though, is a lot of people, like newer people, like for example, like DCS has a massive learning curve, right? So you can do like tutorials and stuff with it, even though arguably with how in depth they need to be, YouTube may be a better platform than actually live streaming it to an extent. But overall, it's just too niche. There's just not enough there's not enough viewer base. Right, and it's not an easy thing to stream, right? I don't know if you've ever streamed anything before, but like streaming, I mean, you're having multiple conversations at once, and DCS requires like all of your focus just to be able to fly it. Like if you're flying combat missions, it requires 100% of your focus, right? So you have to go long periods of time without being able to look at chat. So it's not the best game for streaming to begin either. Society's not too bad, man. Not too bad. I'm still vertical, so it's a good day. Tactical, yeah, I remember when 104th Bullet was trying, and it's just, yeah, he had to keep taking off his goggle. I mean, he could see a chat, but it was like hard to read. With the so he had to keep taking his VR goggles off to actually read chat and respond to it. As I say, it is not an easy game to stream. Right, there are some games that are better for streaming than others. DCS is on the not so much end, as I said, for several factors. Right, it's like EVE Online, right? EVE Online is still thriving, but it's a very difficult game to stream because you primarily, to really get into the good stuff, you need to be doing fleet ops All right, which generally requires a corporation to be able to do. And the corporation, the last thing they're going to want you to do is stream it because you're giving away everything. Right? I mean, there's some solo PvPers, but you will never make money in EVE Online doing solo PvP. It's not going to happen. Right? Like in-game money. You're not going to be able to do it. Right. Right, so you have to be pumping in real money to keep yourself alive to do it. And so it just kind of... It's not a good game to stream. Also, huge learning curve. Anything that has a huge learning curve is going to have a lower viewer pool. Right, dirt simple games, right, will have a much larger viewer pool because they appeal to a wider audience. Fortnite, anybody? All right. Tactical, that too. Yeah, there's a huge entry barrier. All right, what was I in here for? Oh, we're gonna go after high altitude science, so it entered the wrong editor. All right, so we're gonna go after high altitude science. And we're gonna send Bob. Bob is, even though he's not a pilot, he's going up in this mission because he can reset this to get science out of the water. Oh no, we already did that, didn't we? Well, we'll see. He'll be able to reset these to see if we can't get any more and squeeze any more science out of it. Napsmore, what's up, buddy? How are you today? Yeah, and streaming is just in general is expensive, right? Unless you're just chatting and talking about the color of your nails or the political environment or something like that. But otherwise, the barrier to entry for streaming is pretty high. There's a lot of if you really want to do it, there's a lot of equipment you need, right? And then you always have to constantly be upgrading, so it's an expensive endeavor. And alerts are not working again. Awesome. I heard the audio, but I have no visual, so who just subbed? Two Slider, thank you, Maddie. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, the Amazon Web Services is acting up, man, so the stream stuff isn't moving along very quickly. That's why you gotta go pay a bill. Yeah, bills suck, don't they? I wasn't referring to the football team, just throwing that out there. I don't know anything about them this season. All right, anyway. All right, let's go get some high altitude science with Mr. Bob Kerman. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bob, get us some science. Alright, we don't need to go any higher than that. Alright, so the reason I'm doubling up is so the first one gives us this amount of data, and then the second one gives us a portion of basically 3/4 of whatever that is. We're gonna flip this thing around retrograde-ish, even though it's not gonna want to stay here. It'll help keep our speed down at least for a little while. Tactical, I could hear that. Aki, what's up, man? I'm trying to keep drag high. It already wants to flip over. I had to keep the drag high, otherwise this thing would dirt dart straight into in the water at 700 meters a second. Yep, we didn't lawn dart it though. I still remember a couple of tips and tricks. Did I just lose those? Oh, I lost one of them. Well, that's a bummer. Didn't lose them before. Yep. I thought I was smart on that one too, and we still lost one. I just need to add another parachute to it. All right, Bob got a splashdown ribbon and a G-Force 3 ribbon. Yep. All right. All right, let's fix our sky penis. It's gonna need another parachute. We won't need that. Just these parachutes are so honking big. All right. I'll slow it down some. And I'm guessing we don't actually need all that fuel. Just to get the high altitude. We're going to do another high altitude launch. All right, and I'm trying to bring the cost down a little bit. As I said, engines and crew capsules cost us a lot of money. All right, Bill, you have not launched on a rocket yet, so you are good to go, bro. Tequila! What's up, buddy? Don't know how long you'll stay? Does it depend on how much I sing and dance for you? All right, Mr. Bill Kerman, get us some science. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, get science. Come on, stabilize. Thank you. We weren't high enough yet. There we go. As I said, trying to keep our drag high. Alright, I'm just gonna put one out. So we don't dirt dart it. Wait, thunder is and seeing lightning is probably not what I would want to see. You know, riding down in a capsule. That'd be kind of spooky. I do a little fizz warp down. There we go. Now we're down to 5 meters a second. That'll put us into the drink nice and soft. Alright, recover vessel. Lightning strike would surely fry the science. Yeah, possibly. Alright, that brought us back an additional 1.2 science. And Bill got his splashdown ribbon and a G-Force 3 ribbon. Alright, let's warp to the next day. Recover that other debris over there. That is the one that allows them to disembark. Takes 5% of reputation gains, but yields 1 science for each 2.556 reputation. Costs us 35 rep. We should have a number for how much actual rep we have. Outsourced R&D. Setup costs 76 grand. It takes 5% funds income. Yields 1 science for each 12,812 funds. Research right, sell out? No. Setup cost 195 science? No. A bailout grant? Nope. Aggressive negotiations. Outsourced R&D might be worth it. As we're not even 1/3 of the way to how much science we need to be able to unlock airplanes. Which one do you upgrade in order to be able to go out and get where they can take surface samples? Is it R&D? It's not saying, it's only saying research limit 100. It's not gonna have 5 act scrolls. Scrolls can disembark only on Kerbin. Need a tracking station upgrade there. Well, the astronaut complex, upgrading that allows them to be able to go EVA and they can place flags. EVA surface, it's the R&D upgrade. Okay. Because I wasn't hovering over the actual upgrade. But that's 451 grand. We're a long way from that. Alright, let's see what field research we can do around the KSC, even though, I mean, we've already done most of this. Experiment target scanning. I don't know what that is. They went target scanning, but I don't know what target... What is that? Part testing. Nope, surveys we can't really do either yet. Tourism is also not on the table. All right, field research. But I don't know what target scanning is. What is that? What experiment is target scanning? None of these actually work unless they're in orbit. What the hell is target scanning? You know what target scanning is? Yeah, and Maki, I know 20%. You can actually lock if you're doing a plain, just a stock game at 20%. You lock yourself. Right, it'll be so difficult. The only reason I lowered it down to 20. Normally I don't recommend anybody go below 40, but the reason I went down to 20 is because of the additional experiments we have, the ScanSat experiments. Problem is, we need to be able to get those into orbit. So we need enough science to be able to get into orbit. And I can't believe you can actually go down to 10%. 10%, forget about it. Unless you're running really modded, you're never getting off of Kerbin. I tried a vanilla game once at 20% science. You will lock yourself. All right, where are our fairings? Okay, so we don't get fairings until out here? Good lord. Tequila, I was looking for fairings. Why are we not sending up any pancake rockets? Because pancake rockets are what you get when they come back without parachutes. Right, they gotta be cooked just like pancake. They gotta be cooked first. Tequila, yeah, that is a very long way to go. I know I can drive our rover over here into the grasslands and get a little bit more. Actually, there's something else we can do with as well. I forgot we have other launch sites. We can get science from there. Let's go out to the desert airfield. Maki, no, not this time. I wanted to keep the stock tech tree. Good news is, there is lots of science to be had. From over here. Don't flip the vehicle. Thank you. Alright, why aren't these rotating? Oh, because the brakes are on. Oh, these are supposed to be red. I'm gonna have to reset those. Alright, we should be far enough away. I think this is a different biome than the runway. We'll find out, I guess. Alright, and recover. Let's see how much science we got. DMNK, what's up, man? Tequila the mod is based on that, yes. Like those little ground vehicles you see moving around the background of some of the scenes. Yeah, that's what inspired the mod. But the mod itself is called Grounded. Alright, that brought us back 8.3 science. DM, I am doing very well. Thank you very much. We're trying to get to 45 science to unlock airplanes. Right, but our science, though, is set at 20%, so it's rough getting there. And we're trying to not be cheesy to get the science, but we're also being a little cheesy. Alright, Jeb, go get us some more science. We're going to send you out to the Harbor Rover spawn. Yeah, 20% is criminal, for sure. Alright, let's recover that, see what we get. It's a few points of science. Very few. 2.7. Oh, we're slightly over halfway. We have almost 25 science. We need 45. All right, who's next? Where else can we send this truck? What is Nye Island? I don't know what that is. Let's find out. Who knew that Bill Nye owned an island? I have no idea where we are. Other than the fact that it is really dark here. And it gives us the Shores biome, which we already have all the science from the Shores biome. But hey, Bill Nye has an island. Forgot to change those to red, didn't I? Yep, I don't think there's going to be a different biome out here. All right, before we get too far away. Actually, you know what? I'm going to revert that. We're going to revert that one. Because there's nothing out there. DM, I can give you a shortcut on that one. You cannot stream in 21:9. No platform supports it. Not live streaming. You can upload, like YouTube, you can upload 21:9 videos. You cannot stream in 21:9. You must convert it to 16:9. And Twitch is only 16:9. So if that's the answer to your question. It's your only option. So you can capture 21:9, but you have to output it as 16:9. No streaming platform accepts 21:9 for live streaming. YouTube will accept it for uploading videos, but not for streaming. Not to mention the fact, unless you make your own overlays or pay for custom ones, none of the overlays, like, you know, any of this stuff, they're all 16:9 format. Nobody makes a 21:9 format. Right, you'd have to have it custom made, and there would be no point anyway, since no platform accepts it. So does that answer the question? You have no choice. You have to downsize it. As I said, YouTube supports 21:9 if you're uploading videos. They accept it. But if you're live streaming, they do not. All right, we gotta change these to red. Where is... They come on white. Where is the... I thought we had a RGB scale for these. Didn't there used to be an RGB scale for these? It's oh, they're selective of it, yeah. Well, like Maki says, it's like select for certain people. I try. You can't. You unless you have a massive following. I don't think it's gonna. Or you can try to get into whatever program it is, because Twitch does do like a experimental. Same with YouTube. They do experimental programs from time to time. You can try to sign up to do it, but it's not gonna. It's not gonna be like an everybody thing until they blow it out to everybody. Just set your, if I'm assuming you're using OBS, just set your canvas to 16 by 9. Like the base canvas, set it to 16 by 9. And then you just resize the game capture. Right, and there's ways to deal with the borders. Like I just moved the game capture all the way to the top. Right? And then basically it gives a thicker black border at the bottom, but it gives room for the camera, logo, whatever you want, Twitch chat, right? You can fill it with other things. Yeah, well, Twitch partner. That's the other thing too. If you're not a Twitch partner, you're the redheaded stepchild. Same with YouTube. But DM, if you're going to get into streaming, just do it. Right? Don't worry about the choices, you know, any like big choices, so to speak, because it's all about, you know, building out your own audience. And the same thing, like everybody thinks like, oh, you're gonna steal my view. You can't steal somebody else's viewers. It's not gonna happen. It's not a thing. You have to build your own community from the very ground up. I mean, you'll have people that watch other channels come in, obviously, right? But you still have to build your own out through your own content. And I'm not gonna lie, it's a long, hard road. But yeah, the easiest way, as I said, even with an ultra wide, like an ultra wide monitor, is just to make your base canvas size 16 by 9 and it'll work. Your base canvas and output, just make them the same, both 16 by 9. Okay, let's see here. Where else can we send it for science? Oh, we gotta make sure somebody's on board. Go to the island airfield. Yeah, DM, I've experimented with several different ways. And this is the one that that seems to work out the best. Because when I split it up with black bar top and bottom, somebody almost always complains. You're not showing me the whole thing. In reality, they're seeing more. Just because of the aspect ratio, but... Alright, and we have some science over here. All right, recover. How much science does this bring in on each one of these if it's a full load? Yeah, road trip to the mountains, Maki. Yeah, I know that's might be a thing. All right, that's 4.5 science. So it's 4.5 points of science for all these science experiments combined. Let's go to the harbor heliport. All right, if there's nothing here, we're gonna have to drive up into the grasslands. No worries, DM. But yeah, if you're gonna get into stream, the best thing I can say is just start going at it, right? And always stream like you're streaming to nobody and everybody at the same time, and turn off your viewer numbers. Don't even look at it, right? Especially in the beginning. Don't even worry about it. Right, just make it a habit of kind of like just like driving a car. You make it a habit of like when to look at the mirrors. Do the same thing so you have you know that always be looking at chat, so that way you're looking, and you don't always have to be speaking. And always have water. Always have a decent bottle of water nearby. Might be able to get this. I don't. Yeah, we've had 3 science from over here, or 0.3 science, I should say. All right, I guess we're gonna go driving up into the grasslands or the foothills over here. Road behind us. A short wheelbase. Driving down the wrong side of the road. And yes, this is the wrong side of the road. If you're wondering, this is the KSC Harbor mod. It is borrowed from JNSQ. Right, Jada Mar converted it over for use with the stock planets. Alright, trying to get out of the shores biome. Yes, we can drive faster, but it's too easy to lose control of the vehicle. I have no idea how far this thing can actually drive. Kerbals Rock, what's up, man? How you been? Have I made out the ground yet? Yes. We've even been into space. We just haven't been to orbit. And we made it to the grasslands. And all this for 4.5 science. Wonder how much money we'll lose if we don't drive back. I don't remember what the cost of this vehicle is. Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Oh, and DM, one other tip on streaming. Pace yourself. It's very easy to get lost in it. Right? So just remember that and pace yourself. Alright, Bill has gotten a Research 1 ribbon for finally collecting more than 10 science points. We're up to 33.9. We're over 2/3 of the way there. Alright, so let's see about launching a probe up. Into suborbital space. Right, as we have the experiment return unit. We're not gonna do it, we're not gonna send it with Kerbals. Too risky. Why is it automatically resizing? Fine, I'll do it this way. I did not mean to pull it off. Alright, we're gonna want to recover as much of this as we can. This thing is so unaerodynamic. I know, right? Kerbals rock. Hey, it's a thing. And you know me, I usually do full manual recovery, but we're not there yet. And I don't want to leave all this stuff out there. We'll be broke. We have no real way yet of being able to make any real money. It really doesn't need 2 parachutes, but it'll be unequal otherwise. All right, so that's all that's coming back. All right, the fins are because they just need something to sit on the runway. That's the reason for the fins. We don't have any launch clamps yet, so it needs something to be able to sit on. Right, the swivel's engine nozzle moves around, so this thing will just fall over. All right, we're just gonna call this Science Rocket. All right, let's send it. Oh, shit. I didn't put the other experiments on that I wanted to put on. It needs a Science Junior on board. All right, revert. How did I forget that? How did you let me forget that? Chat, you guys suck. Alright, but the Science Junior, though, is not going to be recovered. It's going to be a one-trick pony. I almost forgot to set action groups. Boy, you guys are not, you guys are not doing your job, chat. You keep saying you're a trash disc. Hey, just need some practice. Hey, Scientic slackers. I know, right? Okay, now we're good to go. You also didn't tell me that I can't spell, so... Your job is solely to make my life harder? You accomplished? You feel accomplished there, Pancake? By the way, Pancake, have you been playing any Star Citizen lately? Have you? I almost jumped in last night and then I got distracted. And then I was like, man, you know, I really want to commit 4 hours because let's face it, it's hard to play Star Citizen for less than a 4-hour time period. All right, before we launch this time around, this guy's got to go punch the bladder reset button. So hold that thought and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. My bladder thanks you as well. My bladder appreciates your patience. Never mind. I'm not going to go down that road. Okay. So we looking good, feeling good, smelling good? I think so. All right, let's send it. Been doing some 3D printing. What have you been 3D printing? All right, for science, here we go. This part is very unaerodynamic, so I have a feeling this may not go well. But we're about to find out. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, get that science. Oh, yep, I lost it. I lost it. Maybe. I don't know what I'm doing. And there's no, this doesn't have any reaction wheels, so I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah, we went a little too fast. I gotta slow down our ascent until we get into a thinner atmosphere, at least. Well, that's the thing. If you're new here, the way that I play is like it's called "Suck It Up, Buttercup." You know, if something goes wrong, unless you're, you know, I declare that we're doing a simulation, a simulated test. So outside of that, whatever happens, happens. Right? Murphy's Law. I'm gonna cut one of those because it's just... Oh, I set these on the wrong action group too. Dyslexic, yeah. The rocket's not too expensive. And we'll be able to recover this part, which is the most expensive part, other than the engine. DM this one? No, not quite, but I do have one in a sandbox save. Alright, let's recover it. Kerbals Rock, yeah, it's because we don't have fairings for a long time. And this probe needs to be in a fairing, man. Like, it really needs to be in a fairing. Alright, we're gonna warp a day. And try again. Except this time I'm gonna lower the rate of ascent. Yeah, Maki, I'm leaning that direction. We're gonna try one more time, but then if we have to spin it to do it, we will. Spin it to win it. All right. Here we go. Once again. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. All right. Throttling down to 2/3 throttle. Yeah, the only control I have over the rocket is the engine gimbal. That's it. And we're supersonic, passing max Q. Alright, throttling down to 50%. Trying to drag it over sideways so we're not so bad. All right, and now we're tumbling. We are going to space, though. Rename this the Science Tumbler. All right, we're in space. Let's get some science. All right, collected it, and say bye-bye to that. All right, parachutes are armed. So now it doesn't even matter if we run out of power or anything. But this thing is going to have a very steep re-entry. All right, atmospheric contact. It'll want to go retrograde, though, very easy. The only issue is coming down so steep. And it does not look like we're going to actually be splashing down in the water either. Might be able to get a little bit more science because we still have a couple of experiments on board that we didn't actually need for this, but I put them on here anyway because the next thing we're going to do is send us into high orbit. Yep, here comes the G's. Clench them cheeks. Did we lose signal? Yep, we lost signal, that's why. I was like, why can't I activate that? Oh, because we lost signal. Because it says that we have a temperature reading to grab here, but we can't grab it because we don't have any signal. And that's why I armed the parachutes ahead of time. That's why it's important to set your parachutes for pressure and altitude based on where you think you're going to be coming down. And I was hoping we'd be coming down the water. Luckily, we're not coming down the mountains because otherwise these chutes would not have opened. I was going to cut one, but I can't because we have no control over the vehicle. Falling at a nice leisurely 3 meters a second. Didn't even burn off any ablator with that. Alright, we landed in the trees. Alright, let's recover. How much do we get back for this? I should be paying more attention to that. Alright, 5.4 science. And 6,200 funds back. Out of how much does the rocket cost? $13,590. So we get about a little over a third of it back. So just so you're aware, I'm using the Rocketology mod, which was written for me by Onkalupe and Jada Mar. Right, so engines, all engines are 5 times more expensive than the stock game. Probe cores are 5 times more expensive. And anything that has a crew is 10 times more expensive. So if you notice, look at the cost. $6 grand for the Mark 1 command pod. Right, where in the base game it's only 600. The reason for that is to encourage reuse and recovery. Right, or, you know, other way around. Recovery and reuse. Alright, so now, can we get this to go high orbit? Will that be enough? Oh yeah, that's enough. All right, high orbit we go. We're not going into orbit, we're just going into high, I should say we're going into high space altitude over Kerbin, I guess. Right, anything above 250 kilometers. But also means you got to survive re-entry from 250 kilometers. And I am using deadly re-entry. Speaking of, I need to actually look at its settings. And our re-entry is actually maxed out. Oh, that's Firefly. That's deadly re-entry. All right, we'll leave it set at 100% for now. All right. Once again, here we go, and there's no guidance on this. There's no control on this rocket other than the engine. So once we run out of fuel, there's no control anymore. All right, so here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. All right, I'm gonna keep us at about 75%. Come on, go that way. All right, settle in. Alright, supersonic, max Q most likely. And I should have throttled down. Yep, that is a loss of vehicle. Well, is there any science that can be had here? I gotta remember to set up Kaboom. Because, that's all bad. That over there is all bad. Luckily, it's eating off at a distance. Maki, yeah. Well, you know about the Streak Eagle, right? Not the Strike Eagle, the Streak Eagle. A lot of its time to climb records still stand. It outclimbed a Saturn V. Right, but basically take an F-15. It was a pre-production F-15 or one of the first production models. Strip everything off that's not needed. No radar, no paint, no gun. Like absolutely everything that is non-essential. And only give it enough fuel for what it needed to do. The thing took off in 400 feet. Right, it was Mach 1 in under 10 seconds from brake release. In fact, they didn't even use the brakes. They actually had a pin, right, and an explosive bolt. They actually had the thing bolted to the runway, right, to hold it back so they could go into full burner. And then they pop that bolt and it takes off. But yeah, it took off in 400 feet and it was supersonic in less than 10 seconds. That was one hell of a ride. All right, any science to be had out here? Nope. Scientific for now, until we have the ability to make something to recover stuff, it's using the recover button. Because we're using the stock tech tree, we have no choice, otherwise we'll be broke. And we won't have any science, because we'd have no way to go get the science off of that probe, right? We would need another tech tree, a different tech tree. Right, and an like uncurbed start tech tree. Yeah, Maki, there's video of it. It's old and crappy, but look up the Streak Eagle on YouTube. Yeah, it's estimated that thing had a thrust to weight ratio and a fighter plane of like for some of those, especially some of the lower ones, because they didn't have to put as much fuel in, had a thrust to weight ratio at liftoff of 1.8 in a fighter jet. They also did it like in an Air Force base in North Dakota in like February, so as cold as possible. So the air is super duper dense, right? It gives you more thrust out of the engines. And just so you're, if anybody doesn't know, the F-15 actually has a higher altitude record than the SR-71 by a lot. Yeah, they've flown an during that time frame. They've flown an F-15 over 100,000 feet. All right, we can cover whatever survived off of that over there. All right, so we're gonna warp a day. This is why we need fairings. Oh, and we have a storm overhead. All right, we gotta go drive around now. We gotta go drive around the storm. All right, Bob the scientist is heading out. Check out this rainstorm. Oh, thank you very much. That cake was nasty. I cannot believe this is Kerbal Space Program, man. Like, this is so ridiculous. Also, I just got handed a plate of food. Anybody hungry? Looks like the rain has already moved on from here, but... Turian, you are now? I'd share with you, but you're gonna have to get here before I finish eating it. But I mean, from the screen space to reflections, I mean, all of this, dude, it's just so good. Dude, seriously, how awesome does that look? So good. Wait, don't we have a contract to actually drive around? Anyway. Yep. Oh, target scanning. I don't know what target scanning is. I don't know what experiment target scanning is. Does anybody know what experiment that is? No, we don't have the proper experiment on there, but I don't know what target scanning is. I'm forgetting about that one, but that's the oceanography and bathymetry scanner. This is a radar altimeter. That's clearly not going to work on the ground. Orbital telescope. Multispectral scanner. But these are satellite stuff. But I don't know what a target scanner is. Like target scanning. I don't know what that is. You're gonna be in San Diego in March? Coming over? All right. About a 2.5 hour drive from San Diego. I guess nobody knows what target scanning is, because I sure as shit don't. I mean, I guess I could unlock these, but I mean, some of them are kind of expensive. Or what, you know, the amount of money we currently have to unlock them all, just to see which, I mean, because they're not, I don't think these are going to function on the ground. Really hope we didn't paint ourselves into a corner. All right, let's try again for that high altitude, high orbital altitude science. Just this time, I gotta remember to not accelerate so fast. We have to keep our acceleration under control. All right, let's send it. How long are you going to be in San Diego for, Centurion? Sea Pancake goes to San Diego from time to time as well. Well, conditions are not ideal, but we're going anyway. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. No, don't flip, don't flip. We're flipping. Can I bring it back with enough juice to actually make it? All right, we recovered, but yeah, but it's not enough. Close, but no cigar. No. We'll get 1.1 science out of it. Yep, no science from anything else. That's not for nothing exactly. At least when we come down the water this time. And we have no control over the vehicle, so it's up to physics. Yep, and we just lost comms. Those explosions are from the booster stage. And this slows down so much because it's very low mass and very high drag. And Maki, I think you're right. We're gonna have to spin it. Problem with that, I won't be able to make it launch east. It's gonna more or less go straight up. We'll end up landing off in the grasslands, most likely. Most likely. It's basically Kerbal will be rotating underneath us. But going up that high, it could also be that we could also end up coming down the mountains. By luck, we'll come down the mountains. Now, this needs to be in a fairing, but we don't have any fairings. And we won't for quite some time. All right, 5 meters. Splash down. All right, recover. We are getting very close to 45, though. We're at 40.6. So I'm wondering. I strip this off. And just put it out somewhere else. Or do I need to take the other science rig? I don't know if there's comms here at Woomerang. There is? Alright, good. Get a little bit of mystery goo. And the Science Junior. Alright. Recover that. Maki, yeah, that's pretty crazy, right? The Streak Eagle's in the Smithsonian. All right, there's 1.5 science. We're at 42.2. Oh, so close. I can taste it. And it tastes good. Man, somebody's gonna clip that shit now, aren't you? Poopman, what's up, buddy? Oh, pooping on the Streak Eagle? I find it funny anytime I mention a Streak Eagle, like on in any like online chat. Everyone's like, "You mean Strike Eagle?" Like, no, I mean Streak Eagle. All right, recover. 60-degree ascent all the way to 100,000 feet. Well, we need to go to 250,000. Oh, no. You're talking about that. Oh, the Streak Eagle. Yes, yes. Yeah, pretty crazy, right? And it climbed faster than a Saturn V. All right, 2 point. Oh, that's 2.6 science. We are 0.2 science away from airplanes. 0.2 science. Eddie the Eagle, huh? Was that like an Evel Knievel kind of person or an actual eagle named Eddie? Oh, wait, that's not the name of the guy that tried to prove the Earth was flat with a steam rocket, is it? All right, let's see if we can't get... Ah, okay. A ski jumper in the 88 Olympics. We need to switch editors. Let's put this on the island airfield. I think this will give us the science we need without going to high orbit. Maybe not, because there's no comms over here. I gotta use the manned version. Alright, Val. Go to the Iron Airfield, Island Airfield, and get us some science, por favor. My total science... the hell's science in Spanish? Oh, 0.3, baby. There's 0.3 science on board that. Alright, recover. We have airplanes!
We have airplanes.
We brought back point 4 science. That gives us 45.1. Into R&D. Aviation. Unlocked. Except now we gotta unlock the parts. We gotta figure out what parts we actually need because this is gonna be expensive. We don't want to unlock everything. We don't need to unlock everything. Alright, well, landing gear we need. Mark 0 fuselage tank I need. The Juno basic engine I need. Cockpit I need 26 grand. Ooh, doggy. Air intake. Probably should have unlocked a different. I forgot we have Airplane Plus installed. Well, I didn't forget. I just started unlocking things that I have it. All right, is that enough? Because we can literally go broke in there.
Airplanes.
Can I get an airplanes in chat? Because who doesn't like a good airplane? Hildebrandt?
You are not wrong. All right, our fuselage is literally going to be a Science Junior. I will say this, only because they inherited it from McDonnell Douglas, Boeing can still make a good fighter. Right, and it's only because they inherited McDonnell Douglas. Well, they bought McDonnell Douglas, but you know what I mean.
All right, so now that that is attached, we're gonna put some fuel tanks in here. All right, do I need to do a full primer on airplanes? Maki, yeah, landing in different biomes. E-Dub, what's up, buddy? Their problem isn't the know-how. Their problem is the stupid management decisions they make. Right, they have managers that weren't engineers making engineering decisions. That's the real problem. All right, so once again, does anybody need my basic primer on airplanes? I tend to airplane a little different than the average person. Hildebrandt, I already know. I actually need to break down and do the YouTube tutorials on it. The reason I'm asking because it'll derail the stream, right? I mean, it'll end up being a 6-hour discussion. Anybody that's ever seen me do it before will know exactly what I mean. Oh, I gotta... Hold on. I gotta do something weird for a moment, because... I need these mounted at the correct angle. Edub, yeah. I'm cautiously optimistic for KSA. I gotta remember though to jump on the jump on their Discord though and ask how they plan on doing airplanes, or if they're even going to. Right? I need to know the arrow. Oh, never mind. Doesn't like flipping upside down when you use these landing gear. Mechanically, I need that back further. We're at 27 parts already. Hey, Kerbals Rock. Hey, that's all right. We invented rockets before the wheel. And one part left. Put on one mystery goo. Right. All right, since this is our first airplane, should we designate it experimental? I think we should. EDub, wherever we can go get science. That's where it's going. Wherever we can go get science. All right, XP1 Alpha. I need a name. Give me a good airplane name. What's a good actual airplane name? Just pick an animal or military position. Well, other than Kerbals, we don't know what animals are on Kerbin, right? Emma. Yeah, let's call her Betty. Then we can call her Bitchin' Betty when she doesn't work. All right, Centurion, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for hanging out, man. Call it the Wombat, and then the Combat Wombat. I was thinking more like Seeker, right? Science Seeker, you know, because it's always seeking something, right? Primarily science. To know better than ask chat though, because I'm surprised nobody went airplane McAirplane face. That's almost always the response from chat. All right, let's save this. Double check our stabilizers, our control surfaces. Make sure everything's going to go in the right direction. We don't even have an antenna for communications. That may be problematic. Oh, spring rate. Not fresh control, spring damper. I think these need to come up ever so slightly. We don't want to be sitting nose down on the runway. Alright, who's taking it for a test flight? Jeb. Val has already done her duty for the day. Alright, Jeb, take it for a taxi test. Now we gotta hope that this thing can get at least 45 science. I have no idea how far it'll be able to fly to be able to get that. Alright, moderation. Coordinated turn, and we are sitting slightly nose down, very slightly nose down. I may need to adjust their main gear position. Alright. You guys ready to rock and roll? Kaboom! I actually have that installed. I did remember to install that, but it obviously it is not set up for an airplane. All right, control surface check. Flaps are good. Ailerons are good. Rudder is good. Elevators are good. All right, let's go for engine start. Jet engines are really noisy, so I gotta turn the main volume down. Our main gear may need to come up one tick. Alright, release the brakes and 1/3 throttle. Taxi test. Front wheel needs a little more friction. There we are. All right, Jeb's going for it. All right, flaps up. I forgot to action group crew report. so we'll leave that up for now. Let's see what our parameters are. This is not a super high performance aircraft. Dyslexic? What do you mean? You mean like in game, like the science experiment, you know, the quests that it gives you in game, or contracts it gives you in game? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, some of them, yes. Aircraft is very stable, but of course, this guy made it. There's even water droplets going down the windscreen. Something on my monitor. I'm going to reduce ourselves down to a 5-degree climb. Our speed started dropping, so I'm going to put us in a 5-degree climb. We're going to fly towards the highlands over here. We also have some survey contracts that we can now do. I just have to look and see where they're at, and hopefully not, like, they're not too far away. This is not a very fast-flying airplane, and it's not going to be able to fly very far, either. It's got about an hour of flight time. Maybe a little over. And some of them have specific speeds that they have to be between to run them. Didn't I action group these? I could have swore I did. So we got our crew report and a temperature reading over the highlands. And our plane has a little over an hour of flight time. Yeah, we can call it about an hour of flight time with a few minutes of reserve. And our cruise speed is climbing. Let's find out what our actual cruise speed is. Gives me an idea of roughly how far we can fly. We're up to almost 300 knots. It's going to be 300 knots. So it gives us a range, about an hour flight time of roughly 300 nautical miles. So we can fly out in any direction roughly 150 nautical miles. You know, give or take. So we don't have struts unlocked yet. We don't have auto struts unlocked, so I don't think if Fizz warp is going to be a good idea yet. Now we just got to convert nautical miles back to kilometers. So, but I'm guessing it's roughly 220 kilometers out that we can fly before we'd have to turn around and come back. Give or take. Oh, that's what we're about to find out, E-Dub. We're gonna go find out. Good for 1x, maybe 2x Fizz Warp. Without struts. Interesting. Our velocity vector in the HUD is not correct. EDub, we have not checked stall speed. It's pretty low. In fact, the stall speed is almost below control surface speed. But we should have checked the stall speed at a higher altitude. On our next test flight, we will. But the next test flight's also going to be a mission. We're going to take one of those survey contracts. Actually, we're going to take them all and see which way, see how they pan out for us. All right, we're going flaps down. I mean, we took off at like 40 some odd meters a second. Now we just use throttle to control our speed. Our stall speed's less than 40 meters a second. Happy says we're a little high. I didn't actually realize they work. They actually do work.
Like butter.
Didn't I do action groups for this stuff? Alright, I do want to move the rear landing gear up one tick. Alright, the thrust torque is why the nose comes up. Once the engine gets up to thrust, it actually is enough, because the engine's below the center of mass. It's enough to lift the nose wheel up. before the wings start generating downforce. But I'm still going to raise the rear landing gear 1 tick, which also means they probably have to go out a tick. All right, but let's recover that. Let's say it's based off of my trainer. It's almost the exact same design as what I call the trainer jet, which is on Seacan. I mean, not Seacan, but Kerbal X. I have screenshots of it in here somewhere. Yep. It's this thing. Right, so this is all stock. This is pure stock, right? I just realized I angled a nozzle on that one. And the wings are slightly angled backwards. But yeah. It's got all my hallmarks in there, doesn't it? And I said, didn't blow up. All right, let's warp to the next morning and let's go get some survey contracts to make some of that money back. Below 18,000 meters. Yeah, that's the big one. Make sure it's below 18,000 meters. There's no way on earth this thing is going to fly above that. All right, I have no idea where that is. Let's hope it's nearby. And this is also below 16,000 meters. Okay. Form a materials study while in space near Kerbin. Well, we'll take that. Gather rare science from Kerbin's mountains. We need a mystery goo and a temperature scan. This would mean landing this airplane in the mountains. I'm gonna take it. These other ones, they require us to fly too far away, and we would need a seaplane. It didn't blow up. Chad is disappointed. I know, right? They've never said. You'd think they'd never seen me fly an airplane before. Oh wait, they have. I just seem to stick out an awful lot. Well, that's really out there. That's to get those little nubbins back inside the wings. That'll make us more stable. Right, and action groups, because oh, it's only under activate. I won't toggle. That's why. Alright, see if there's any other things we want to do here just slightly. Bring it in just a little bit. Maxed out at 30 points, otherwise I would like to add an antenna, because we'll be able to radio back. Right, or the data hard drive. But I'd have to lose one of our extra fuel tanks. By the way, the reason these fuel tanks are in this position, and I moved the engineer, is to try to keep the center of mass as centered as possible. Right. As this fuel burns, because the tanks are slightly behind the center mass is going to come forward a little bit. Right, and that's because of how heavy this cockpit is. Almost launched without a Kerbal in it. Alright, Val gets to go flying. Alright, let's go see where this contract, these survey contracts are. Hopefully, they're not too far away. And they're not. Sweet. We'll be able to get them both. Actually, you know what? Let's go to this one first. Alright, got that set. Alright, fire up that engine, Val. And Val does sit lower in the cockpit. Her eye level for the camera is lower in the cockpit than Jeb's. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that worked! There's a seat booster for Val! And that's what, yeah, I just figured that out right now, and I'm very, like, impressed with myself at the moment for finding it. Alright, let's get back on center line. Ending of 76. And we're flying. Hey, Scarguard, what's up, buddy? It's 38 kilometers away, or well, 37 now. What kind of mech is this? The XP-1 Seeker. Yeah, it seems like 10 degrees is a pretty good climb rate up until about 3,000 or 4,000 meters. And then obviously at some point we'll do a more advanced, we'll do a B version of this once we unlock retractable landing gear, and then the performance really goes up because those generate a lot of drag. Pretty much once we get up to about 4,000 meters, we're going to need to drop the nose down to a 5-degree climb. Let our speed come back up. We're 23 kilometers out from our objective. Words, dude. So flipping hard all the time. Why do words always gotta be so hard? And this one needs a pressure reading and the other one needs a crew report. What's up, Scarguard? How you doing today, buddy? All right, we're 17 kilometers out. Just looking at what instruments we actually do have. All right, coming up on 6,000 meters and 10 kilometers from target. don't remember what the range is on these. Like how close you actually have to be. There's there. Well, they just told me we're in range. All right, let's drop the nose a little bit and start our turn towards our next objective, which is over here. Really let our speed start coming up. And it really is a whole different ball game with these clouds, isn't it? Like, look at that sky. All right, we got about a little less than 60 kilometers to fly to our next objective. Alright, we can drop our nose and actually finally come down to cruise, or approach cruise speed. Still be climbing a little bit. As our speed comes up. How awesome those clouds, dude. How many of you guys are playing with BlackRack's volumetric clouds mod? I know it's behind a paywall, but
worth it.
really makes flying so much more worth it in KSP, doesn't it? That's more, you are? Yeah, they're pretty stunning. Alright, I'm gonna put us in a 2x Fizz Warp. I'm not gonna go risk going above 2x Fizz Warp until we've unlocked auto struts. And you don't get auto struts until you unlock the strut part, which we haven't unlocked yet in the tech tree. And we're 25 kilometers out from our objective. And then we're gonna, since we're already over here, we're gonna go recon the mountains and see if there is a such thing as a place that this could actually land in the mountains. And our landing speed in the mountains is going to be significantly higher than our landing speed at sea level. We're approaching objective distance. Less than 10 kilometers out. Be able to get it here in another kilometer or so. We'll be in range. Yep, there we go. We're interesting the area. All right, crew report. While flying over Kerbin's grasslands, we also get science out of that. Interesting. So one of these mountains, like I think this one has actually a pretty decent plateau. So we're gonna fly over there and take a look. We have well over an hour of flight time. Once we get up to altitude, our flight time goes up pretty significantly. We've already been flying for nearly 15 minutes, and we still have an hour and 8 minutes of flight time remaining. And primarily because we're continuing to accelerate slightly, and we're still climbing slightly. The higher we go, the more efficient the engines become. Well, until they stop working. I believe I've actually landed in this valley. Yeah, I know I've landed in here before, but I'm not gonna risk it. I'm not really seeing any decent locations to try to put this thing down for that contract. At least not with these landing gear. I have a crew report we could have gotten here too, but come on over in this area. We gotta go take a closer look. Not to mention the fact I don't know if any of these trees have colliders on or not. It's a maybe. Very distinct maybe. Right here. Oh, there's a big... Oh, through there. Technically, it still has this flying mountains. Well, it just went to highlands. Coming over here. I don't know, do you think we can pull it off, landing right over in here? Oh yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, don't bounce. I may have squeezed too soon. All right, we're down. Observe the goo. I need that again, but I don't think we're in range. I don't know if I have him exit, if he'll be able to take the data from that and get back in. Because if I fall to the ground, he may not be able to get back up. Yeah, we're too far from the thermometer. I don't know if she'd be able to jump back up and grab. Jeb could do it. And we can overwrite the previous the flying temperature because that's going to be easier to get. I don't want to have to land out here more than we need to. And that actually, well, we got to bring this one back, but that actually accomplished that other contract. I still want to know what this is. What is target scanning? I don't know what that is supposed to be. All right. Let's get a screenshot of us sitting out here in the weeds. Now then, taking off. That engine come up, there we go. It's already put the nose in the air. And we're airborne. That was some risky business. We did it. All right, 2x Fizz Warp, let's fly back. About a 5-minute flight back. No, for an early airplane, it's not a bad looking airplane, huh? Come on, it's okay to admit that you like it. Alright, let's work on our descent. Up 15 kilometers out. Flaps. Flying to ILS intercept. Oh, we're still on Fizzwarp, no wonder. See what I mean? Our velocity vector in the HUD is incorrect. And we're probably a little low, but that's all right. Even the PAPI lights say we're low. Well, now it says we're on target. I don't know if you can see the PAPI lights right there. Saying we're a little high, but we're so close it won't matter. Oh, we bounced it. That wasn't cool. Came in for that nice smooth landing and we bounced it. All right, but Val made it back safe and sound with science. All right, let's go and recover. Yeah, maintenance gonna be upset about that one. But do you have any idea how hard it is to actually land with those landing gear without bouncing? All right, we brought back 4.7 science. Right, and Val got a 1,500 meter mountain lander ribbon from landing in the mountains. Wait, how come it didn't give us credit for this? It did not give us credit for this contract. It says Kerbin's Biomes. Kerbin's Mountains. We were there. Splashdown, well, that's not possible. Right, but we brought back a crew report, mystery goo, and a temperature scan. We brought back all of these from landing in the mountains, and it did not give us credit. And in a situation, Splashdown, that Splashdown's not possible in the mountains. We might have to force complete that contract. Yeah, tower. Yeah, which time did it land? Which time? All right. Yep. Okay. So we're gonna have to. And we just got a fatal error. That's no bueno. KSP just crashed. Kerbal just went splat! But that's alright though. We've been going for 4 hours. This is probably a good place to call it a day on that. Looks like there's another MW5 patch, which means MechWarrior 5 is not going to work until all the mods update again. These all these little patches on there. That's what, yeah, it is right around that time frame, 4 to 6 hours, especially modded. It leans closer towards the 4-hour mark. Wizard, yeah, but that's going to be so far from where we can actually go. I'll probably just force complete that contract. I mean, we met all the parameters other than quote-unquote Splashdown. All right, so any questions from today on Kerbal? Strider, what's up, buddy? Oh, and an ad break just started. Awesome. Yeah, so what is this MechWarrior 5 update about? Okay, improved overall like gameplay polish. That's kind of a bummer though, it just broke all those mods. Alright. I'm waiting for the ad to finish so I can finish speaking. Anybody doing anything cool for Halloween? For anybody that's not blocked by the ad at the moment? I have no plans other than being here. I'll definitely be doing a stream tomorrow evening. I said yesterday I might be streaming later in the evening. And then I got distracted with something. I was thinking about doing it again this evening to do some MechWarrior 5, you know, continuing our modded MechWarrior 5 playthrough. Problem is, MechWarrior 5 just got a patch, which means all the mods just broke, which means it won't be playable for several days until mod authors catch up. So that's going to be kind of a bummer. Strider, yeah, for the most part, yes. Oh, speaking of though, these playthroughs will be uploaded to YouTube, right? So if you guys need access to YouTube, it is right there. There you go. Click on that link and subscribe today, like your life depends upon it. And leave a like and a comment too on the videos. And Jet, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, so if anybody's not here doing anything tomorrow for Halloween, I'll be here. This butt will be in this chair. We'll likely do some. Well, it won't be MechWarrior 5. We'll do some more Kerbal tomorrow, and then we'll probably do some Star Citizen. If I stream later tonight, it'll also probably be Star Citizen now because MechWarrior 5, as I said, I'm downloading an update as we speak. All right, and I'm trying to keep the Kerbals short, man, like 4 hours. Maybe 6 once in a while, but I'm trying to keep the Kerbal streams because I don't want to burn myself out. That's what always happens. I end up burning myself out with Kerbal, so we're gonna limit it. Hey, Noswolf. No, boy, everybody's coming in right as I'm about to call it a day. Oh, also, on this right here, I continued it till next month and, you know, for the next increment of what I would need for a chair. But I've decided what I'll do is every $100, we will, I'll do a 12-hour stream. Right, towards that chair. Right, we're up to 200 in donations towards that chair. Much appreciated. But unfortunately, chairs are stupid expensive now, so we're gonna need. I'm gonna need a little bit more than that for a chair. To give you an idea, this chair was $400 and it flipping broke in less than a year. Worthless. Just farting around on Twitch, visiting all the friends. Well, I'm glad you can virtually fart to your heart's content, and I don't have to smell it. Noswolf, that's the plan actually, but that's $700, dude. That's a $700 chair, and that's for the mid-range. The upper one is 1,000 or 900 or something stupid. But that's the goal. Right, the Titan Evo is $700. Well, with tax and shipping, it's $700. Right. And then the Titan Evo, whatever it is, the one above that is it's with tax and shipping, it's gonna be $1,000. I'm not going to that. I don't see a reason for that. But the reason I like it, the Secret Lab, is all the research I did is 5-year warranty. Nobody gives a 5-year warranty minus short of spending $1,000 on a chair. All right, but let's see here. Who is up and running today? Warhammer, yeah. Don't even get me started on that one. Let's just say I am not a fan of the current U.S. government. In any way, shape, or form. Oh, Jamorian's on a break. I was gonna go hang out with Jamorian, but he's on a break at the moment, and we're gonna go do it anyway. Why not? He'll be back shortly, I'm sure. Right? And Jamorian is doing some Satisfactory today, of which, dude, I have not played Satisfactory in like forever. I was waiting for 1.1 to drop, then I was gonna didn't get back into it, and just distractions. Yeah, Jamorian dropped in on us yesterday, so only fair that we give some love back to Jamorian. All right, for anybody that is new here that has not hit that follow button for me, please do so now. I would appreciate it greatly. DM, thank you so much earlier for that follow. Much appreciated. Two Slider, thank you for that subscription today. All right, so you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever you be. We're going to go hang out with Jamorian. Goodbye, everybody, and yeah, stay dangerous.
visitor. Stay a while.